for seniors. I'm Joanne Eccles, and I will be following all the performances with you as we go through the day. It is a rather wet morning here in Flyinge, but our first competitors are already in the lovely indoor warm-ups. Plenty of room here for them to prepare. Our first competitors will be the junior females, and they will perform their free tests. There is no clear winner currently, indeed no clear top 20, and that is the all-important number for today. Only 20 of the 56 competitors will make it through to Saturday's final. Currently, only 0.658 is the difference between first and 21st. And we can expect complete movement within that leaderboard over the course of this morning. After lunch, the junior males will perform their free tests, and they will be followed by the free tests of the junior squads. Finally, rounding off the day, the young vaulter females will return to the ring for their technical test program this evening. Today has all the making of a tense, nerve-wracking and wholly exciting day of vaulting, and I can't wait to get it started. And yesterday, the German contingent showed their strength, taking the top spot in both the male and female young vaulter classes, with Bela Lenin and Alice Leher performing well-executed compulsories. It was a close call between the Swiss and German senior squads, with Switzerland just finishing ahead after the compulsory test. Then the action really started. The female technical program testing the judges, with many of the athletes struggling to keep within the time limit. Katarina Meyer showed her class and easily took the lead for Germany. Finally, we enjoyed the men's technical program, which was a solid class with plenty of excellence. Quentin Jabet winning that round for France. And it is back to the junior females we will go to get this competition started today. The current leader after the first round of compulsories, Leonie Linsbichler of Switzerland. She's sitting top on a score of 7.589. Closely followed by Josephine Vettle, Sondergaard Nielsen for Denmark, and Clara Ludwig from Austria. We have 6 competitors at the top, all on 7.5 something, and with only 0.166 between the top 10. So we're almost starting from nothing for all of these athletes. And much like we saw in the tech test of the senior female yesterday, moving from the compulsory into the free test leaves a lot of room for movement on the leaderboard. The free test being scored by our 8 judges once again. Now, there are no specific rules here except from that they must keep within the 60-second time limit. They must be off, or at least starting to get off when that bell rings. 56 females in this class. And within that 60 seconds, the vaulters can do any exercises they like. They will be scored on their degree of difficulty, their performance, and the artistic composition of their test. 25% will go to the horse. That's judges A and E. The artistic judges C and G have 25%, and then we have 50% from the remaining 4 judges. And we will explain a little bit more about the scoring as we go through the competition today.
We will then have the first starting time for Sunday Song, the name of the horse. I told you about his sensitivity.
Now, our first couple of competitors will be coming into the warm-up shortly. They have just entered the preparation ring. 2 vaulters coming on the one horse, and that horse is Sunday Song lunged by Lasse Christensen, and it was the top scoring horse in the compulsory test, scoring a 7.6. And the bell has gone, which is the signal for our athletes to begin as we start the day of freestyle competition. And we have Sunday Song entering the ring now. Lasse Christensen and Esther Bech Rasmussen. Esther sitting in the 25th place after the compulsory test, 6.807. The free test will be performed with music of the athlete's choosing, and they aim to combine some artistic impression through their bodily movements and arm moves, facial expression, as well as their outfit, in order to bring the artistic concept together and look for a high score for musical interpretation from the judges. Lots of dynamic exercises. And now we see some very nice artistic impression already. Really working with her music for those interpretation points. Just struggling on that slip around to the backward stand, making the dismount in time. However, a very good start for Esther Bech Rasmussen from Denmark with Lasse Christensen and Sunday Song. Now, we saw a multitude of different exercises in the freestyle there from Esther. From the artistic point of view, the musical interpretation and use of her body with the music, very, very strong. As well as her use of the positions on the horse. We want to see the vaulter moving across the horse, much like there in that roll, which also counts as a dynamic exercise. We would like to see them moving along the horse, so back to neck or neck to back. And then an equal use of the positions on the horse. So that is the croup, the bum of the horse, the back pad, the handles and the neck, as well as the inside and outside. So looking for ground jumps. Lovely cartwheel dismount from Esther there, and that will gain her a D in the difficulty from that singular move. Ten exercises are counting towards the difficulty. Most of our athletes will put in more than 10 exercises in order to gain the artistic score. However, it is only the top 10 which count. We have easy moves, medium moves, difficult moves, and then risk exercises. Much as it says, a risk exercise is gaining the most points, but comes with a risk. And the athletes would need 3 of them within a difficult freestyle in order to gain the top 10 points for that degree of difficulty. And we're just waiting for the next competitor to enter the ring now. We should have had Emmy Yang from the USA. However, there may have been a change. Emmy Yang, unfortunately not coming into the ring for us today. And we will look into why that is and see if we can find out for you. Hopefully all is okay with Emmy. We'll move on to our next competitor. Representing Spain, Marta, Simo, Alvarez, with Benbis and Teresa Garcia. Marta in the 55th position after her compulsory test. That was a 5.274. Straight up onto the neck, making use of that neck position on the horse. A very difficult transition there, walk over onto the back pad. Just losing some points for the landing. Struggling just a little bit in some of those exercises. Definitely a difficult program there, the roll free from the croup to the neck. A high level move, good cartwheel. And a lovely finish there. Very good use of all of the positions on the horses there from Marta, Simo, Alvarez. With Benbis and Teresa Garcia representing Spain. And we could see there throughout her freestyle a very good variety of the exercises, using those positions, including that outside ground jump, as we see here, choosing to do it on the 1 foot. And then also the inside ground jump up to the neck. A few little deductions for some rough landings throughout the freestyle. And a little bit less on that musical interpretation than the first vaulter, Esther Bech Rasmussen, which we saw. But that was a lovely freestyle test for Marta from Spain. And the score for Esther Bech Rasmussen, 7.259. Some excellent horse scores there, 8.2, 8.2 from Sunday Song. Judges both in agreement there. And we knew that would be a good one after Sunday Song topped the table. Judge at H, somewhat lower than the other technique judges there. That will certainly be checked. Remember, these scores that you see on your screen are provisional only. The judges on the horse today, Jochen Schilfarts, he's sitting at A for Germany, and Michaela Guznar for the Czech Republic sits at E. Technique scores from Fredrik Petru and Karina Ingelsson. representing France and Sweden. And then the technique scores: Craig Coburn for the USA, Zuzana Marasikova for Slovakia, Rob de Bruyn for the Netherlands, and Doris Notter from Austria. Kailyn Ghaffouri now representing the USA with Diamantino 14 and Cornelia Bradatz. Well placed after the first round compulsories. Kailyn in the 18th spot there on the leaderboard after that first test, 7.001. And a part of that artistic judging is also the variety of the exercises that the athletes manage to cram into the 60 seconds. And there are 10 groupings of those exercises that we need to see, 5 of which are static exercises and must be held for 3 canter strides, and 5 are dynamic exercises. Straight to her feet. That's a D mount and a confident kick at the start of the freestyle. Cleanly showing the backwards needle exercise. Unlike the technical test, there is only a very small deduction for the grabbing of the pad there, as it is a freestyle exercise today. Kailyn moving well across the horse. Lovely cartwheel. And just making that free cartwheel dismount. A beautiful test there from Kailyn. We should be seeing some lovely high technique scores. Very little performance deductions to come away from that from our technique judges. Not only that, but she did manage to cram in the difficulty. We saw many of the D exercises, including this stand on the croup and then the kick. And a good mixture of those structure group exercises that we were talking about in the beginning. So the judges would like to see throughout this freestyle a mixture of support exercises, sitting, kneeling and lying exercises, flexibility or scale exercises like the needle arabesque, dynamic exercises such as the cartwheel. Now they have to have 2 going through that axis of the cartwheel. Marta, Simo and Alvarez there. Score on your screen just before now. Millie Jessett for Great Britain with A River of Time and Susie Kusik. Millie with a very fun theme here in her free test, which will come through even more once she is started. So the other exercises we are looking for is some head up standing exercises, head down standing exercises. So that is a hang or a handstand, a jump or a jumping exercise. And then 2 swinging exercises. So that could be the kick, the cartwheel, or a shoot up. 2 turning or rolling exercises. And demount and dismount, and an inside and outside ground jump, and that would be to get the full artistic mark in that section. Really showing off her flexibility, working with that theme. 2 cartwheels now we've seen, ticking that artistic box. Making full use of the space on the horse. And a handstand kickoff dismount to finish for Millie. What a show we are having so far. Another incredibly well performed free test from Millie Jessett from Great Britain, filling it with plenty of the artistic variety of exercises, using all of the positions on the horse, working through her facial expression. We should expect a very nice artistic score there for Millie. River of Time also moving well on the circle. It is hard to focus on both the horse and the vaulter at one time, and that is why we have the 2 specific horse judges. Super flexible there.
Kailyn Ghaffouri has come up with the score here, I can tell you, of 7.409 for Kailyn Ghaffouri from the United States.
We will wait for some more of the scores to come in. Kailyn Ghaffouri there, 7.409. That is the first place so far in the freestyle, and it was those technique scores there. They looked all to be in the 8s for Kailyn from the USA. It was very well performed and difficult, pushing up those scores. And we will now move to Canada. Ryan Bracken with Michelle Kung and Nugget. Ryan in the 35th place after the compulsory test, 6.642. Has teamed up with this combination of Nugget and Michelle Kung from Poland. And Ryan is one of the 3 competitors here representing Canada in the junior class. Getting right into her music straight away there. Moving through the shoulder stand. Just a little wobble in the outside stand. Good inside ground jump. Little hesitation just before the dismount there, finishing up the cartwheel Legs slightly bent through the middle of the cartwheel, but a good finish for Ryan Bracken from Canada, her very first championship here at the FEI World Championships for juniors and young vaulters. Working through many of those artistic elements, really focusing in from the start on the musical interpretation with the thriller. Managing to get in some of the difficulty in the elements there. That forward roll very hard, just losing some tension, incurring some performance deductions at the end there, and choosing the inside ground jump from the neck. That was a cartwheel which just bent in the knees coming over the top. And the score, Millie Jessett from Great Britain, 7.345. Judges there very much in agreement. Both artistic judges identical. In fact, we maybe need to check that score. It seems judges A to D and E to H were all identical. So we'll certainly get that one confirmed. And the current top freestyle for the day, Kailyn Ghaffouri. Very smooth routine from her. Now in that artistic judging, 30% of that artistic score is on that musical interpretation. 35% is on the unity of complexity and composition. And for that one, we're looking at those smooth transitions, the flow of the freestyle, the complexity of one move into the next. And then we have the 15% for the variety of position on the horse and the 20% for the variety of exercise. Wilma Baden-Askbo now for Denmark with Hornbeck's Cruxus. Wilma in the 22nd place after the compulsory test. 6.914 was her score. Straight into the D mount. Up and over the handle onto the back pad. Very confident on top of the horse in both stand exercises. Giving the horse a little pat on the way through. Super strong in that lever position. Getting the D difficulty for that one. There we have throwing in both the inside and outside ground jumps. And working very well, getting in some of the highlights in the music. Losing a little bit of tension through that one-legged stand, whether it was held for the 3 strides and therefore can be counted, I'm not sure. That was a great performance. Wilma Baden-Askbo for Denmark, hoping to up it into that top 20 for the second round, for the final round freestyle, and she has certainly put in a good effort today. Lots of artistic elements in there, and a good amount of difficulty as well. Most importantly, however, very well performed. Only minimal deductions throughout that test for those technique judges. So once again, we should be looking at the upper level of scores from them. Here we had the beginning of the test already, starting with the D mount and then moving through A dynamic turning exercise. Showing her strength again. Another difficult exercise there, scoring in the difficult range from that technique judge. And they're really hitting the note on her music. How many times has she practiced that in order to get it absolutely right here? Ryan Bracken from Canada there, 6.938. That's a very good score there. 4th so far. Some excellent horse scores. 8.2 and 7.8 for Nougat. Just slightly lower on the artistic side of things from some of the other competitors we have seen so far. And next to come from Canada, Jaydee Fluet with Vegas Devali and Johanna Huert. Vegas not quite standing straight here in the entry and for the salute. The horse judge is A and E are judging that entry, trot round and salute. That comes into the lunging side of the score, and that is worth 15% of the overall horse score for the lunging. 25% of the horse score is on the vaultability, so you can look at how the horse is on the circle, how willing it is, the balance in its tempo, and is it keeping that consistent circle as well. Now Jaydee unfortunately coming off in the stand exercise in her compulsory test. Oh, fingers crossed for the freestyle today. You can see the horse just not quite settled. Lunger having to work with that whip in front to just reduce the pace a little bit. Jaydee managing through that very difficult free forward roll to the neck. Strong shoulder stand. And just not making it up that first time in the outside ground jump. Fortunately able to go back down and repeat. And coming off the horse once again. Not her final dismount. That will count as a fault, but she landed on her feet. Vegas Devali very much struggling on the circle here. Most of the horses have found the arena fairly good. Challenging test there for Jaydee. She stayed really strong throughout it, however, and got in some of those exercises that she wanted to show us. And just not quite her competition here. Fortunately for us, we will see Jaydee again in the squad free test later. So you can look forward to that. She really had to work on her balance there. Just talking again about that vaultability of the horse, moving in and out of the circle, really difficult then for the athlete on top. And here, this was when she did the outside ground jump, didn't make it back up the first time, but went back down and made it the second. So the judges will take a fall, unfortunately, for that outside ground jump. And that will be a 0.6 off the technique, the performance of the technique score. And then the final fall there as well, unfortunately, then that is another 1.0. So it will not move her place most likely. Wilma Badminton-Askbo's score was on your screen there just now. However, it was missing one of the scores. So do not fret. That was not her final score. We will find that for you as soon as we can. And now, a very young competitor from the Czech Republic, Elisabeth Reslerova with White Magic and Bohdan Resler. Top freestyle score so far this morning remains with Kailyn Ghaffouri of the USA, 7.409. Great difficulty in the start there, nice and dynamic. Slightly heavy coming out of that cartwheel, but very minor. Good use of the full body, working with the music. Just not finding her elbow there for that lever in her final exercise, popping off at the end. That was a really good test. Very much involved with the music, lots of artistic elements in there. And really well performed. Just losing that one exercise towards the end. Again, the exercises are to be held for 3 canter strides, 3 full canter strides, in order for the judge to score them. Elisabeth Reslerova from the Czech Republic with White Magic. An updated score currently for Kailyn Ghaffouri, 7.603 in the free test. And that keeps her in the lead of the females thus far. Meyer, we just saw that slip from the elbow, which is a real shame in a free test which had been well performed up to that point. Landing comfortably from her dismount, however, so much talent there for the future. Millie Jessett from Great Britain, second so far, 7.381 in the freestyle. And then Esther, Bech, Rasmussen currently sitting with a 7.207. Now 2 competitors together. Good bow there from our lunger. Yannick Calibert and Amy van Dam for Belgium with Fantastic Glory and Conrad Vergouwen. Yannick currently 30th position after the compulsory test with 6.717. Great flexibility. Really difficult, that outside needle. Just a little off the balance at the end of that first move, coming very fast through her cartwheel, not landing it quite where she would want to do, just too much energy. And a really good split jump off to the outside. We did not quite see the landing on the screen, but she was very close to the edge of the arena and just touching down a little bit with the hands at the end there. Plenty of good moves in her free test. A few small performance deductions from some of them, however. Amy Van Dam now. And jump exercise. Good difficulty on the roll. Again, a little bit more forward momentum than she would have liked. Great handstand on top of the handles, just coming out of it the wrong way round, losing some of the harmony now with the horse. It's a big, big focus for the judges here. Awesome dismount though. Backwards tuck, sideways in towards the inside. Really good finish there, Amy Van Dam from Belgium. Both girls getting some very difficult moves in there. We did see some loss of tension throughout both of the freestyles, however, and that will be reflected in the technique scores. They were receiving a lot of energy from the horse, which we could then see just coming through their body. And really important for the athletes to absorb that movement. There, lots of energy in the cartwheel, just coming too far round and then having to return into that basic seat position before. And the great dismount, look how close she was to the edge of that circle. It is a decent sized circle here, however, just coming around both the sides, the kickboards get a little bit close to the edge, especially on a dismount such as that, which propels her off to the outside. Now, we have seen some of the athletes as well do some artistic impressions, some moves with their body on the ground before they start their test. And those moves not counting, but just helping them get into the feel and helping the audience get into the feel of the free test as well. Now, we just had the score there for Jaydee Fluet of Canada. 3.601, heavily affected, unfortunately, by that fall at the end of her test. And then also we had the score for Elisabeth Reslerova of the Czech Republic. 6.632. Now to the Netherlands. Lut Oltmans with De Maar and Jinte Pierik. Lut in the 45th place after the compulsories. Good bit of turning there on top of the horse. And once again, not quite able to hold that strength move or the required amount of time for it to count. Nice cartwheel along the horse. And just losing a little bit at the end there, coming too far back before making that split jump off. Whether that had been the first option of dismount, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, not able to land that final dismount. Plenty of movement along and across the horse throughout that test. It does incur only a 0.4 deduction from the performance there for that landing, as well as anything the judge were to take off the performance element of the dismount itself. That was Lut Oltmans for the Netherlands with Jinte Pierik and De Maar. So aside from the obvious harmony with the horse that we are looking for and that the judges can take performance deductions for, they're also looking for how well performed the individual exercises are. And they can take deductions within tenths. It was just unable to land that. Just a disappointing finish there. But deductions in tenths for the performance of each individual move. So if you saw someone who was doing, for example, an arabesque and there was a turn in the hip which shouldn't have been there, or indeed a bend in the knee, that is something that the judge would deduct for. Similarly with things like an arched back in some handstands or stands, if it's not part of the artistic impression and the freestyle. So it's a fine line the judges have to figure out there. And we just saw some scores on our screens there. Yannick Halibert from Belgium, 6.363 in her free test. And Amy Van Dam, 7.093 for Amy. Two competitors together here now. Isabel Hüttner and Jenna Blau representing the Republic of South Africa. Jenna in the 42nd place after the compulsory test. Isabel now 52nd in that compulsory round. Working nice and smoothly between her exercises here. Getting that strength support move in the backwards position. A little bend in their hips in the shoulder stand. Lovely spin onto the croup of the horse. Just receiving the bell at the end of the test. First athlete who have done so. So 1 point off the artistic score for receiving that bell, but all in all, a lovely flowing freestyle there from Isabella Hüttner for South Africa with Diamantino and Cornelia Radatst. Jenna Blau now. Both these girls just 14 years old. Showing very clean lines in all of these exercises so far. Super strong handstand. And getting in the jump for that artistic score. A little bit longer getting into that outside ground jump, and we would like unable to stay on her feet at the end. That was so beautiful all the way through the test. Just a shame with that little touchdown at the end. Again, it's not a huge deduction, just 0.4 from the final performance score due to that little touch with the hands on the ground at the end. Jenna Blau representing South Africa with Isabella Hüttner as well. Diamantino and Cornelia Radatst. Again, this is a borrowed horse and lunger combination for the competition here. A really great energy in that mount from Isabelle. Just needing to work a little bit on the harmony with the horse, slightly more. We saw the energy of the horse moving through the body of the vaulter, and there, not so much coming through the vaulter. Very well performed handstand exercise. Just a little disappointing for her in the dismount. Not that it takes away from our enjoyment of her test. Here, Lut Oltmans score for the Netherlands, 5.632. And that is 9th place total after round 1. Round 1 is the combination of the compulsory test and this free test. Now for Sweden, Olivia Neilands with quarterback Herup and Daniela Fisbeck. Olivia in the 15th place after the compulsory test. wobble coming out of that jump. And if you're watching at home, the jump exercise very much required for the artistic. The judges don't score it with much difficulty anymore when it faces forward, unfortunately. Super flexibility here. And a nice finish there from Olivia Neilands from Sweden with quarterback Herup and Daniela Fisbeck. So she was 15th place after the first round compulsories, which was very close indeed to the top. Don't look at the placing, the scores were super tight. Not quite the same difficulty as some of the other competitors we've seen throughout that freestyle. And it is always challenging for those who put in any of the technical elements. We saw earlier a backwards stand split, the backwards needle, here a cartwheel, and then we also had the ground jump to shoulder stand, which is great preparation for these vaulters in the future, but the judges have looked at those exercises in so much detail that they can take quite the performance deductions off them if indeed they were not performed perfectly. And she did just come in contact with the horse there, and then a little bit lack of harmony we saw right through the shoulder. That was a good view of that for us. And the score for Isabella Hutner from South Africa, 5.663, and then Jenna Blau. Hers was just on your screen there, 6.515 in the free test. Iira Vesterinen, representing Finland, with Quentin Bruce and Una Pekala. Iira, 28th after the first competition. A little fast and heavy coming out of that sideways cartwheel. Really difficult element, that one. Lovely finish and a good landing there for Iira Vesterinen. She sure did move around a lot, along and across the horse. Some of the elements not coming 100% off the way that she would have liked. The cartwheels sideways and indeed from the neck to the back, both with slightly unsettled landings. Just onto the shoulder. It is an intricate balance for the vaulters, trying to get in enough of the artistic elements and musical interpretation to score highly from those artistic judges. However, also packing in the difficulty, holding the moves for the required amount of time and performing them really well. Just remember that the technique part of the score, so that's the performance and difficulty, that is worth 50%. The artistic is 25%, and then the horse is the final 25%. Olivia Neilands' score there, 7.196. That is the 5th place in the freestyle test so far today. However, it has her lying after the first round in the 2nd place so far. Kailyn Ghaffouri from the USA still in that lead position with the 7.603 in her freestyle. Total score 7.302 after round 1. Now we have 4 competitors to go yet before we have a short break so that they can prepare the arena. Tara Jurasova representing Slovakia with Andrea Barksi and KCM Vaulting Horses Lord. Another of our very young competitors here at the FEI World Championships for juniors in Flyinge. And we can see sometimes the difference between those junior and senior vaulters in the confidence that they exude. Such a high level, high pressure environment here, specifically with the fact that we have a record 56 junior females. But confidence is key as well for getting the high scores from the judges. Nice. Oh, really interesting into the bridge, the back bend. And amazing out of it, but just landing the wrong way around. A little bit heavy on top of the horse there. Wow. Another. So risk exercise. Amazing exercise to be able to do, especially so young. And the back handspring, not quite able to finish. A little bit disappointing there for Tara Jurasova from Slovakia. However, if we look at that in a little bit more detail, the difficulty was very, very high to be able to do that back handspring, getting that risk exercise in. Not just that, it's that in combination with the other exercises that she had. Lots of difficulty, however, that will very much have affected her performance. The execution of those difficult exercises not perfect, and therefore will incur significant deductions. And it's very difficult, especially with talent such as this, when the vaulters can do all of these high level exercises and really do want to execute them and show them off, show they can do them. However, it's a balance between doing the high ones and losing it in the performance side of things, which is often difficult to manage. And just unfortunate with that landing. I am sure 99% of the time she does land that back handspring, no problem. Certainly there will be more to come from Tara Jurasova in the future. Unfortunately, it is very unlikely that that free test will have been good enough to take her through into the second round and into the final. Our next competitor is representing France, Oceane Gehan, with Barrington and Marina Dupont-Justin. Oceane, one of our 6 competitors, sitting at the top of the table on a 7.5. She's currently in the 5th place. But there's not much in it. So we are expecting a tight and light freestyle. Looking for that confidence element too. And the flow. Very difficult thing to describe, the flow of a free test, but when you see someone who is completely in sync with the horse and just floating through the exercises, that is absolutely flowing, and that is exactly what the judges are looking for. Katarina Meyer yesterday in the technical test for Germany really showing the essence of flow with the horse. And soft through the swan dive. Incredible. Showing great skills here. Cool transitions. Beautiful. Wow. Fantastic free test for Oceane Gehan for France. Now that's what we are looking for at this high level competition. And we have come to associate incredible soft vaulting, graceful vaulting with the male French vaulters, and it is so great to see the same style of vaulting here in the junior females. Not only that, but her music was really in sync with her, or she was very much in sync with the music. It suited her, I think suited the test very well. And that was so solidly executed, very gentle on the landing. Very excited to see the score come in for Oceane Gehan for France. Tara Yurasukova score there 6.734. So the 8th freestyle so far. And Iira Vesterinen from Finland score for her 6.693. Anouk Bangamu Arachije for the Netherlands with Honorato SK and Nicole Zellvelder. And the horse just somewhat unsettled for her compulsory. She had to do some clever vaulting, some smart vaulting, and really perform the compulsory exercises through one half of the circle. So hopefully we'll have a smoother test for her today so that she can perform her full freestyle the way she's trained it. Currently in the 53rd place after the compulsory test. Honorato still looking a little unsettled in the one half of the arena. Vaulter only has 30 seconds after that trot bell goes before they must start the test. So albeit we can give the horse a moment or so, we don't have too long. And that's just to ensure even competition between the athletes. Just see that loose lunge line as the camera pans out, as the horse struggles slightly. Just having to focus and manage the situation there, and very well done she did as well. That's a tough go for Anouk Bangamu-Aracic from the Netherlands. What she did show us though was she worked very well with the horse, adapting her freestyle to moves that she knew she would be comfortable with. An excellent go for her, not in total obviously with the horse.
And regarding the top position, so far I can inform you that Oceane Gehan from France is in the lead with some comfortable score of 8.63. So
and now we move to Germany. Mirja Louise Krone with True Tempter and Geza Burig. One of 3 German females here in Flyinge. You get 17th after the compulsory test. Only 14 years old. Quite a young selection of German junior individuals here at the championship. Unfortunately, there were some injuries in some of the other potentials. A great opportunity for these young vaulters who we will no doubt see a lot of in the future. Powerful. Great ground jump straight to the neck there. Very minimal here on the performance faults. And some good difficulty. And just squeezing in those artistic elements at the end there, getting in the ground jumps and the jump. A super performance for Mira-Louise Krone. Just lacking a little bit in the confidence from her upper body in some of those moves. The moves were brilliant themselves. I'm sure as the week progresses and as she progresses, we will be seeing a lot of her. An excellent performance there, the first of our German competitors. Now that score for Oceane Gehan of France, 8.633 for her free test. Look at that score from Judge H. That's the technique score, difficulty and performance combined. Barely anything taken away from her there, and very much well deserved. There, Anouk Bangamou Arajish from the Netherlands, 5.329. And that takes her to a total round one score of 5.556. Just that one score yet to come in for Mira-Louise Krone. And we will be having a short break until 9:24 when we will start with the next lot, the next 20 junior female individuals. Current lead in total after round one for France. What an excellent free test from Oceane Gehan. Second place so far, Kailyn Ghaffouri. She's been up there since almost the start of this class. And then in the third place at present, Olivia Neilands from Sweden. We'll update you with the score for Mira-Louise Krone when we come back at 9:24 after a very short break. Welcome back to the FEI Vaulting World Championships for juniors here in Flyinge. And if you've just joined us, we are almost halfway through the junior female free test competition. 20 athletes have competed already. We have 36 yet to come. And it's already an exciting competition. Top scorer for the free test so far from Oceane Gehan of France. She had a beautiful test just before the break there, receiving incredible marks for the judges and an 8.633 in the free test. And she's now in the lead after round one. Maria-Louise Kröne, the last to go before the break. We have her score now in, and it is a second place in the free test so far, receiving an 8.078 for the free test, and that is a 7.576 round one total score. Lots of potential for Maria-Louise Kröne. Let's not forget what we are aiming for is the top 20 at least. Only 20 athletes are going to make it into the final round on Saturday. So that's the all-important thing for the majority of our athletes here. Of course, we're always looking towards the top of the table as well. And it's going to get even more interesting as we go through the competition. Very close in the compulsory scores from all of the top athletes. The top 10 were within 0.166 after compulsories. So plenty of action yet to come. And don't forget the title, the Junior World Championship title, historically has always gone to Austria. And we still have all three of the Austrian contenders yet to perform. And we'll continue with another competitor representing Finland. Pina Nikonen, 17 years old, with Laki and Anni Järvelä. Pina also in the Finnish squad. And 40th place after the compulsory test. Getting the D dismount in, mount in, right at the start. A nice little forward roll into that neck stand. A really difficult move, that one. Oh, it was a good cartwheel to finish, just not getting the upper body up enough at the very end. And a little bit of a touchdown with her knees. A very fun test there from Pina Nikonen from Finland, working through the musical interpretation, catching that moment on the neck of the horse. And working with some facial expression and arm moves in there. Some good difficulty throughout as well. And just a few little movements of feet here and there coming off the performance, more in between the exercises themselves.
And now for Great Britain, 2 vaulters, and Kailyn Mitchell. They perform on
And that the D dismount, so very important to get the top artistic scores, that the vaulters have a D mount and a D dismount, so D for difficulty, or difficult in the difficulty, and that does also get scored as part of the difficulty from the technique judges, the 4 technique judges. Now representing Great Britain, Romalie Hayton and Kailyn Mitchell. And they will be vaulting on Iggy with Christina Ender. After round 1 compulsories, Romalie in 33rd position and Kailyn in 38th. Both girls having borrowed this horse and lunger combination for the competition here. Straight up to feet, that's the D mount. And getting the jump exercises in early. Showing flexibility for the variety of exercise as well as the cartwheel. And landing well from the back handspring to finish. Romalie Hayton for Great Britain. A very nice free test, well performed, good use of the horse, and working through those variety of exercises for the artistic score. And we saw the cartwheel and the kick exercise both ticking that 1 box. We had a D mount and dismount, as well as both the inside and outside ground jump. So really trying to up that score, Romalie, in the variety of exercise part of the artistic score. Kailyn Mitchell now. Excellent flexibility. Just losing attention at the very top of that elbow stand, managing to come down smoothly, however. And finishing rolling down the shoulder of the horse there. Caitlin Mitchell representing Great Britain. Well performed exercises throughout her free test. Her first appearance at a championship as an individual. Just lacking just a little bit of confidence in the execution of some of the exercises. Not losing much in the performance, only the one exercise which wasn't fully held. And the score for Pina Nikonen from Finland, 6.851 in the free test today. And that is 6.719 overall so far, 10th position after round one.
Our next vaulter is from Italy, Maria Soleil. She performs on Nora, and Michela Caligari is the launcher. A few seconds.
8.633, still the top freestyle score from Oceane Gehan, and it is going to be a very tough one to beat. Pina's on the screen there now. Horse score approximately 6.6 on average. Both artistic judges scoring that within the sevens. Now representing Italy, Maria Sole Mattini with Nova and Michela Caligari. After the first round compulsories, a very confident set of compulsories. Once again, we have a 60-second time limit for these free tests, and aside from that, the vaulters can choose absolutely what they want to do within that test. 14 years old, one of the youngest competitors in this class. Nice gentle D-mount. Directly getting that outside ground jump in. A couple of good strength moves there, moving well on top of and around the horse. Slightly unplanned cartwheel into that ground jump. Only having to work hard to get back on the horse. And aside from that one little piece, that was a very well put together free test for Maria Sole Mattini. And due to that fall into the inside on the cartwheel, there will be a deduction from the performance score. Just 0.6. The rest of the test was very nice. Some good difficulty in there, so it might yet still be enough to take her into the second round. It's a really tough class, this junior female individual class.
Our next two participants representing Poland, are Roxana Naomiuk and
Now the score for Romilly Hayton of Great Britain, 7.074 in the technical test, in the free test today. And Caitlin Mitchell, 6.439. So Romilly currently sitting in the 8th place after round 1. And Caitlin in 15th. Still plenty more to come. We have seen 24 of our competitors. 2 now vaulting on the same horse together. Roxana Naomiuk and Anna Skozek from Poland with Nugget. And Michelle Kuhn. 25% of the score is for the horse. We've already seen Nugget competing already once in this class with Ryan Bracken. And Nugget currently has the top score, top horse score in the class, sitting on approximately an 8.0. So that will be a very good start for these 2 Polish competitors if indeed the horse goes the same way as what it did earlier. And the horse is scored completely from 0 with each competitor. The 2 coming together, they share the entry, salute and trot round score. Everything else though is judged from the moment the vaulter is touching the horse. Transition into the bridge there. Center of gravity a little towards the back of the pad. Struggling slightly on the way up from the ground jump, managing to hold it together. Just having to use her heels, incurring somewhat of a deduction. Held in that handstand. 3 strides is what we need in order for the judges to score the exercise. Swiftly making it round to the back of her stand and getting in her dismount though in good time. Roxana Naomiuk from Poland. Now she was in the 24th place after the compulsories. And now Anna Skozek. Little loss of balance in that stand, working well to disguise that into her artistic impression, and then just unable to hold the elbow stand for the desired amount of time. To finish. A well-presented freestyle there from Anna Skozek from Poland. Packing it full with exercises, not losing much on the performance side of things. Slightly less difficulty than some of the other competitors. Anna was in 31st place after the compulsory test. And there, some highlights from the program of Roxana. Maria Sole Mattini from Italy, the score 7.229. And that has her in the 4th place so far after round 1. We still have 30 competitors yet to go, so no one's place is guaranteed yet in that second round. And Maria Sole most likely losing those fall points from the performance judges' scores. That's her score on the screen there just now. So B, D, F and H, they are your technique scores. C and G very much in agreement, however, on her artistic score, and A and E also in agreement for the horse score, which is excellent. Exactly what we like to see when we have the 8 judges. Much better feedback for the athletes when they can compare the scores, for example, for the horse and for the artistic. Now, representing Sweden, Nora Sandberg-Müller with Daniela Fisbeck and Feel Good. Nora, the big hope for Sweden here, 10th place after the compulsory test. Our second of 3 competitors for the host nation. And her horse Feel Good scoring in the 7s, approximately 7.1 in the compulsory test, which is around middle of the range for the horses in the class. Straight to the feet, getting that D mount, and then just immediately popping into the kneeling position. Once again, not holding the strength move for the 3 strides, and then unable to hold that Prince kneel. My horse just struggling a little bit. We see the lunge line loose. Daniela needing to work hard in the center. Good sideways cartwheel. And a good backflip off to finish. A little bit disappointing for Nora Sandberg-Müller from Sweden. A challenging test for her, the horse not 100% settled nor consistently out on that circle, which will lead to a lower score for the horse, particularly in that A2 score, which is looking at the willingness and obedience, the balance in tempo, and the circling. So the balance and circling, it's staying on that 15-meter circle, which makes a huge difference for the vaulter on top. And that is the A2 part of the horse score. For the A1, which is the 60%, the judges look at the rhythm and the relaxation, the connection, impulsion, straightness, and the collection. And the score for Roxana Neumuk from Poland for the free test, 7.279. And overall a 7.084 for Anna Skozek, also from Poland, for her free test. 7.217. Some very nice horse scores for Nougat there. However, judge at A, scoring the horse for Anna a 8.650. Now, however, Emma Dudonova for Slovakia with Martin Favacek and Investment. Emma 26th place after the first compulsories. Once again, we're seeing a little bit more energy coming up through the horse and into the vaulter, using some of the harmony with the horse. Just reacting again there to some of these exercises, a little bit heavy from the vaulter, and that's coming through in the horse, and just unable to finish that last exercise in just the way that she wanted. Emma having to work very hard aboard Investment with that movement today. And much like in the compulsory test, that harmony with the horse is first and foremost in the judge's mind. And we're also looking at the general body control and posture, the quality of the movement, the balance and flexibility. And unfortunately, a few of the exercises there not held and therefore unable to be counted by the judges. They can still take the performance faults, however, will not score the exercises. And that score for Nora Sandberg-Muller from Sweden. Roxana's first there on your screen at 7.279. And that's the big horse score there at A for Anna Skozek from Poland with Nougat and Michelle Kung. And now Nora Sandberg-Muller, 6.6. Disappointing test for her. The horse score certainly having a big impact both in her score but also in her ability to perform the test the way she wanted to today. Now that leaves Nora in the 9th place after the first round so far. No one yet unable to touch Oceane Gehan, who sits top of the table, 8.633 after an incredible freestyle. And now we have two competitors from Brazil. Clara Zervez Tremblay and Manuela de Paula Souza Chade. And they will be competing with Leo and Michelle Arcori. Clara in the 47th place after the compulsories, and Manuela in the 41st. So keep an eye out for the full use of that horse in the artistic score. Facing all the required directions as well. Forwards, backwards, insides and outside. Very smooth so far. Some great facial expressions coming in. Just taking your time before that sideways stand. Again, quite the full 3 strides. Wrong lower arm stand. Lacking a little bit of momentum to get over there, but working hard and finishing off with the handstand forward roll dismount. Clara Zervez Tremblay. A good tight and tidy test there. Limited performance deductions, slightly lower on the DOD score. However, we would certainly prefer a well executed test of a little bit lower level than one which is heavy on the horse and with more degree of difficulty. The better performed ones tend to score higher as well. Again, moving very smoothly and well on top of this horse. Missing just that exercise. But absolutely nailing the support in the lever there, nice and strong. Good finish there. Another well-executed program for Manuela de Paula Souza Chade, representing Brazil with Clara Zervez Tremblay, with Leo and Michelle Arcori. A German horse lunger combination borrowed for this event. looking to the scores again there. Emma Dudonova for Slovakia, 4.984 for her free test. Her score 4.8 and 6.0. Definitely struggling on the technique scores, and that is just due to the performance faults because of the lack of harmony with the horse, as well as the fact that the judges struggled to count some of the exercises as they were not held for the full canter strides. I'm sure we will see more from her in the future, however. Now, another competitor for Slovakia, Sonia Yanigova, with Andrea Bartzi and KCM Vaulting Horses Lord. Sonia, 15 years old. '54th place after the compulsory test. Extra stride on the outside. Minor deduction for that there. Stepping around a little bit, whether she changed her plan or not, I'm not sure. Not managing to land the sideways cartwheel on her foot. Very difficult sideways cartwheel. Jump turn, having to catch the handles just at the end, and the bell going right on the line there. Whether she had started the movement or not is very hard to tell from our angle. Lots of potential to come from Sonia Yanigova, representing Slovakia here with KCM Vaulting Horses Lord and Andrea Bartzi. She had some nice pieces of difficulty within the test, lacking some fluidity between the exercises. And the score for Clara Zervez Tremblay of Brazil, 6.272. And that is just for the freestyle today. With artistic judges very much in agreement. Slight differences in the technical scoring, and that does depend on where the judge is sitting in the arena. 6.984 there for Manuela de Paula Souza Chade. And now, representing Ukraine, Polina Shovkova. with Rosenstolz and Laura Carnabucci. An excellent set of compulsory exercises has Paulina in the 19th place after that test. 20 making it through to Saturday's final. Just coming together with this combination purely at the event right before the competition started. So a new horse lunger combination for Paulina. Nice movement along the horse. Just unable to get the full 3 strides on the lower arm stand. Super flexibility. And working well emotionally with the music. Lovely cartwheel. And a comfortable dismount. An excellent freestyle there. Paulina Shovkova representing Ukraine. Her very first championship. And she has given herself very good potential to compete in the final on Saturday. There was some good difficulty in there, moving well as well along and across the horse and working with her music for that artistic score. And again, jump being necessary for getting the top score from the artistic judge, ticking all the 10 boxes which are required for the variety of exercises. However, not scoring particularly highly as a exercise in degree of difficulty. Her jump there, for example, only receiving an E most likely due to the fact that her center of gravity didn't go the 30 centimeters and she landed on her knees. That's not the important part though. The important part is that she had the jump in there for the artistic. 6.574 there for Sonia Yanigova of Slovakia. And in just a moment, we will have our second competitor for Ukraine. And that will be Katarina Panasenko. And she will be coming into the arena with Johnny and Kevin Moniz. And she sits in the 43rd place after the compulsory test. We've had some really interesting and very detailed uniforms, catsuits on our vaulters. Very intricate one here for Katarina. Completely the athlete's choice and designed to fit with their music, their artistic concept, and also to show themselves off to the best of their ability. Not too many rules on the outfits for the competitors, albeit they must be form-fitting and made of soft cloth and also be one piece. You cannot have things that detach, and no added extras like hats or belts. and strong. Again, just losing the energy in that first ground jump. Unfortunately, having to do it again, and struggling on her way up, which did also unsettle the horse somewhat. She will have lost a little bit of time due to that error. And yeah, there we hear it, just the bell signaling the end of the time limit and coming off to the outside. And again, an unplanned dismount. Finishing off the test for Katarina Panasenko. Very disappointing for her. Once again, she was going to be competing on a different horse at the event and had to switch right before the competition started. So an excellent performance on a horse that was not her first choice. Lots of potential in there for the future. Really getting disturbed, however, in that fall in the outside ground jump. 0.6 coming off the overall score of the technique due to that double outside ground jump, and then the bell taking a point off the artistic. And after the bell, the judges stop judging any other technical moves, but they keep judging performance, so that fall will most likely count as well. A disappointing finish for her championships, but her first ever championships, and I'm sure much more to come from Katarina.
Coming up next for Denmark, Josephine Vettle on top race Gelato.
And we eagerly await the score for Polina Shovkova. 7.058 in the free test, which is a good free test score. And currently that leaves Polina Shovkova of Ukraine in the 9th place after round 1. However, Josephine Vettle-Nielsen surprised most people in the compulsory test. She's currently sitting in the 2nd place for Denmark. It was a very good compulsory round aboard Trofeos Galeto Lieto with Hannah Hagen Hansen. 15 years old. Remember, there is barely anything separating those top female juniors at the moment. So for someone like Josephine, the pressure is certainly on coming into this test, sitting in 2nd place. So we'll see how she manages that pressure. Most important thing after today is finishing in the top 20. It's going to be a very tight competition right till the end. Very clean so far. And some good difficulty. Managing all so far very gently on top of the horse as well. Wow. It's so difficult. A little bit falling out over the Bielman, but that was a very excellent test for Josephine Vettle-Nielsen. so many of those moves she made look really easy, and I can tell you they are really not. Starting off very well, cleanly into that shoulder stand, and already beginning with the artistic concept through her legs there. Superb use of strength into the handstand and so much control in that bridge. And she has done a very good job of keeping herself at the top of that table. And I think we can expect her to go in right about the top, possibly just not with the same flow and feeling we felt from Oceane Gehan of France. There is 25% going to the horse score, so that can always make a difference, but it's going to be a big, big score for Josephine Vettle Sondergaard Nielsen, certainly in the 8s. And no doubt we will see her again in the final. A big, big medal chance for Denmark. Now into the arena, Clara Ludwigsek representing Austria, with Domino and Klaus Heidacher currently sitting in the 3rd place after the compulsory test. So really interesting getting to see these two athletes back to back. Josephine was in the 2nd after the compulsory test, Clara in the 3rd. And the draw for today is still the random draw that was done at the Chef d'équipe meeting. That order will change on the final day. They will run in reverse order from the results from today. Very well into that handstand free on the back pad. Just having to grab the pad on the inside. Again, it's not the same deduction as a technical test, but it is a performance fault. Just losing it again once at the end of that back handspring off Clara Ludwigsek. Now that was a very good freestyle. There is no denying it. It was soft and gentle throughout the most with lots of difficulty, loads of strength moves. However, if we are looking to the top of the table, it came a little bit rushed with some performance faults, not just that touch of the hand at the end. It was a very, very strong start. But certainly it should be enough to see her into the final. I don't know that it will be enough to keep her within the top 3 females after round 1. And the score now for Josephine Vettle Sondergaard Nielsen for the free test, 8.420.
Now, our next participant comes from Finland.
Some excellent scores across the board. A little lower on the horse side of things. Artistic judges definitely in agreement. In fact, most of the judges in agreement. And the horse score is interesting because we do want it to be obviously as high as it can be. 25%, it's really important. However, it's also important the vaulter can actually vault on the horse. And sometimes a horse with more impulsion, we see the vaulters struggle, and they're then losing it through the performance side of things. And that vaulter exercises culminates in 75% of the score. So oftentimes, it's a little bit better to just go slightly lower in on that horse score and then get the score back from the vaulter. If you know the horse is going to go in there and do his job 100%, maybe just a fraction lower level than the top horses, but you're going to be able to do everything. That is so important for an athlete coming into this circle. It's all a very fine balance. Papu Alanko now representing Finland, competing with Kazoro Leon and Amy Niederström Alanko. '34th place after the compulsory test. Working very nicely with the music, bringing in some body and facial expression. Willinger having to work to make sure the horse is pushed on, just dropping back slightly in the exercise there. Lovely test there from Papu Alanko. Working very well with the music, fitting in her choreography to really go with what was being said in the song. Managing to get some difficult exercises in there too, the cartwheel and the forward roll, and this outside stand as well. Ticking that suppleness box there with the needle on the neck. Score for Katarina Panasenko from Ukraine for the free test, 3.995. Klara Ludwigsek though for Austria, 7.906. The 4th place in the free test so far. Again, the scores are all good, just a little bit lower than our top competitors have been. Top freestyle scores still for France, Oceane Gehan. It's going to be a tough one to beat that, 8.633. Josephine Vettle, Songergaard Nielsen. Second best freestyle today, 8.420, and the third in the free test alone, 8.079. That's Mira Louise Krone from Germany, and another German competitor entering the ring now, Mia Kluge with Diavolo of Farms End and Hendrik Brühl. Mia in the 11th place after the compulsory test. Interesting start. A little bit of a step position of her feet in the inside ground jump. It did jump together though. Full spin, really packing some difficulty in here towards the end of the freestyle, making it off right on time. A wonderful program from Mia Kluge. She worked very well on top of the horse there. Very much in harmony, and some strong elements. Good difficulty and very well performed. This was a really interesting start. I actually think she maybe just uses one foot in that ground jump, the other one only for lift. Now we knew it was going to be all changed towards the top of the table anyway, but certainly Mia will be making her way up there after that superb free test. Papu Alanko for Finland, 6.775. The 18th place in the free test. Judge at F, very much enjoying that freestyle. There's Judge at F there now. Of course, all these scores provisional for now. And now we move to Switzerland for our next two competitors. 3 to go before we have another break in terms of preparation of the arena. But yet Meyerhofer and Naomi Lisi with Nashville Grandia and Rita Bliske. Mara currently 16th after the compulsory test, and Naomi lying in 4th position. Current leader after compulsories, Leonie Linsbichler from Switzerland, and she will be first on after our next break. And we have now seen 37 of the 56 junior female competitors here in Flyinge. horse once again just picking up a little bit without having to work quite hard in the middle. We can see it just affecting the planned free test of Mara. A little bit more settled there now. Good finish in the back handspring. Just a little unfortunate that the horse wasn't quite settled at the beginning of her test. We missed the flow. Fortunately, settling down halfway through. So hopefully a better go here for Naomi Lissi, representing Switzerland. To take a moment for that outside ground jump. Did make it, so only a minor performance fault. Horse once again just speeding up a little bit. Bang on time in the dismount there. Naomi Lissi representing Switzerland. And again, just having a little bit of struggles due to Nashville Garandia not being 100% settled, making it much more challenging for both girls to execute their planned routines. And Rita Bliske having to work incredibly hard from the middle. It is a lonely place in the middle there when you're having to work with the horse not being as comfortable as we would like. Still should be receiving some good scores for both girls. However, with it being so close at the top of this junior table, it's unlikely going to be enough to move them up after this round. Mia Kluge for Germany, her score in the free test, 8.337. That is the third best free test so far today. 7.850 now her round one score, and Mia moves into the third place for Germany. Some very high technique scores. The judges in agreement pretty much there. And now last to go before we have another short break. Giorgia Verisco representing Italy with Rosenstolz 99 and Laura Carnabucci, another of our top competitors here at the FEI Junior World Championships. Giorgia in 6th place after the compulsory test. throwing in a little bit of attitude to get those musical interpretation points. Stilted on her cartwheel, but softly landing it no matter. Good transition between both one-legged stands on the handle. Lovely finish. Very good freestyle. Giorgia Verisco of Italy. Nice musical interpretation. Really just the cartwheel element, which wasn't performed as well as it could be. That aside, she worked well in harmony with Rosenstolz. And the freestyle did have a nice flow to it. So once again, looking towards the top of the table for Giorgia's score coming in. Plenty of difficulty within that free test. So the score for Meyerhofer of Switzerland in the free test, 6.971. The horse score significantly affected, 5.0 and a 6.0 on that horse score. Naomi Lissi, also of Switzerland. There's Meyerhofer's. You can see the horse score there just now. And then Naomi Lissi. Naomi 7.288. A little bit better on the horse score, not significantly, but she was able to complete her test a bit more thoroughly. Naomi now in the 7th place after round 1. Now we just have to wait on that one score coming in from Giorgia Verisco. And it's looking very good, 8.202 in the free test. And that takes Giorgia into the 3rd place so far after round 1, 7.856. She sits behind Josephine Vettle Sondergaard Nielsen of Denmark, 7.999, but still up there at the top. Oceane Gehan for France, 8.074 total score. Now we will be taking a break until 10:46 when we will return with the final 16 competitors, and we'll find out who's going to make it into that final freestyle round on Saturday. See you back here at 10:46.
See you at 10:46.
Welcome back to the FEI Vaulting World Championships for juniors and young vaulters in Flyinge. We have 16 competitors yet to go in our junior free test class this morning, and it has been quite a show so far. Our final competitor before the break was Giorgia Verisco of Italy. Her score there for you now, 8.202. Fourth place in the free test for today, however, taking her into the third place from round one so far. And we have been having a lot of movement on the leaderboard after the free test today. Most significantly, a massive scoring test from Oceane Gehan of France, 8.633, and she deserved every single point there. It was an exceptional display that she put on for us. She is leading the class after round one on 8.074. Josephine Vettle Sondergaard Nielsen for Denmark is still sitting in second place. She had a great freestyle round and holds on to that second spot for now. Because entering the arena for you now, Leonie Linsbichler representing Switzerland, the winner of the compulsory test at this Junior World Championship, currently top of the table. The scores there were all very close, which is piling the pressure on for the junior vaulters here. And certainly some of the differences that we've seen within the free tests are the confidence coming from the vaulters and the flow of their freestyle. Certainly needing both of those elements in order to get the big scores. Some of the horses have also been just finding it a little bit more tense in the ring here today. Donatus van der Ulfenberg with Simone Aibi on the lunge for Switzerland. Reaction on the horse there, and she's trying to alter what she is doing. Simone working very hard now in the middle. It had been an incredibly clean start. And that loose lunge line going to be affecting the horse score. Just touching the ground there at the end. Leonie Linsbichler, it was a really good test. Clean elements. And the horse definitely became unsettled. Wasn't keeping out on the circle despite Simone's best efforts. And we saw some hesitation as Leonie was considering her freestyle midway through to ensure that she could do the best job possible with not feeling the horse quite as regular underneath as normal. And then of course with that touch of the ground, it's a very minor deduction, only 0.2 off the final performance score. However, there was no room for error if she wanted to stay at the top of the class going into the final. We'll still be looking for a big score, and I am positive we will still see her in that final. However, not quite at the top of the table. The next starter will be representing Germany, the third of our three. Laura C. Muller. She was in the 14th place after the compulsory test. Once again, we are looking at 3 different parts of the free tests today. The horse score making up 25%, the artistic score making up 25%, and the technique is 50%. That technique is the difficulty of the exercises. Each exercise has a prescribed difficulty, and also the performance is part of that technique score, and that is deviations from perfection in each exercise as well as in between the exercises, looking specifically at the harmony with the horse along with the quality of movement, balance, the flexibility and the body control and posture. Laura now for Germany with Forever 60 and Alexander Zibrak. Starting with the D-mount. Just marginally missing the neck, but managing to push through. Lots of pressure here, nicely through the one-legged stand. Squeezing the landing from that jump. And a good finish, a D dismount cartwheel, comes into the artistic score as well as the difficulty. All in all, a clean test for Laura C. Muller of Germany. Many strong elements, ticking a lot of these artistic boxes as well. Missing some of the flow which we have seen in the other competitors. Definitely strong enough, I would say, to take her into the final round for another freestyle on Saturday.
And now coming up next for Colombia, we have
now Leonie Linsbichler from Switzerland. Score for the free test 7.228. She will be quite disappointed with that free test score. The horse score really pulling that down, 5.0 and a 5.8. That leaves Leonie in the 8th place after round 1. And we knew it was all set to change when the scores were just so close after that first round compulsories, and they are still close at the top of the table. Current leader after round 1, 8.0, currently in 4th, Mia Kluge of Germany on 7.85, so barely anything currently separating those top 4. And now representing Colombia, Isabella Burger, England. She will be vaulting on Gladiator VDH with Marie Johansson. She finished the compulsory test in the 49th place. 15 years old. This is her first championships and the only representative for Colombia in this junior female class. A little bit far back from the cartwheel. Bit too much energy, allowing her hips to drift to the back of the pad. Not letting it affect the rest though. Working really well on the horse. A nice turn. Good finish. Very good freestyle. Isabella Burger, England, representing Colombia. Very pleased with her test, as she should be. Only a couple of minor errors in there. She worked well with the music, very smoothly, lots of artistic impression through her upper body as well. And we should be looking for a freestyle score fairly well up the table. Now, unfortunately, due to that compulsory score, it is very unlikely that she makes it into the second round, but we will wait to see. Laura C. Müller of Germany. Score for the free test, 7.913. And that puts her in the 6th place after round 1. There we have the score for Laura. Slight difference in the horse score judges' opinions. Across the board, apart from that, all pretty even. Horse score is A and E. Artistic score is C and G. Now our final representative from Poland next. Juliana Kaminska. She will be competing on Bastion with Tomasz Ogonowski. Juliana in the 27th place after the compulsory test. And it is the top 20 who will come back again on Saturday. The FEI had changed that recently over the last couple of years, and it is now 20 vaulters who will progress. It used to be 15. Certainly much better competition now that we get to see 20 of them. Very interesting moves in this free test. Often a little lacking in the harmony. Great balance there in that jump from outside to inside. Double tap of that foot. Which most likely causing a deduction for a fall there, just having to repeat that. It was very, very quick. She moved very quickly through a lot of those moves. A little bit disappointment from Juliana Kaminska there from Poland. Plenty of good stuff, but she did have to move very quickly through the exercises, which might have taken away slightly on the performance side of things and harmony with the horse. Representing Poland.
Next participant is for Italy, Garita Geminiani. She performs on Johnny, and the launcher is Kailyn Ghaffouri.
So we have just 12 competitors, just 12 left to go. It's been an exceptional class so far this morning. Oceane Gehan still at the top of the free test for today, 8.6. Isabella Burger, England from Colombia. Her score for the free test, 7.076. Yeah, very nice free test score there. That leaves her on 6.6 after the first round. Representing Italy, with Johnny and Kevin Munoz, we have Garita Geminiani. And she was in the 29th place after the first round of compulsories. Nice tidy mount. Missing that one-legged stand. Good little piece of artistry there. Getting into the character. Nice clean dismount. Very smooth and interesting freestyle there from Garita Geminiani from Italy. Only that one exercise which she didn't manage to hold. Apart from that, this is very, very clean throughout. .775 was her compulsory test score. And just for your information, currently the 20th position after round one is sitting on a 7.00. So she would need to score at least a 7.3 in that free test in order to be in with a chance of the second round. We do still have 11 competitors, however, and score for that qualification will likely go up as we see more of the females come through. But that was a good effort, and she definitely has a chance to make that final round. Juliana Kaminska of Poland, 7.336. And the 11th place free test. Excellent horse scores for Bastian. We saw that yesterday as well. The horse 8.4, 8.4. As we move on to our final competitor for Sweden, Signe Wern. And she comes in with Anna Andersson and the horse Sens. This horse averaging about the 6.7 in the compulsory test.
I am the forest.
Working with the music. Just a few little losses of balance. Horse changing pace ever so slightly, affecting her in the stand piece. To land the cartwheel dismount. You just see the lunge line just sagging in towards the middle, a little bit towards the end of her test there as the horse came in on the circle. Again, that is affecting the vaultability part of the score, certainly with the horse moving in on the circle. A few small performance deductions in the test there for Signe Wern. Not always managing to stay in harmony with the horse. She had some good difficulty in it as well, though. The cartwheel and outside stands both getting that D score, as well as the cartwheel dismount. She had a ground jump from the inside to her foot. However, centre of gravity stayed fairly low, so the judge is likely only going to give that the M in difficulty, medium, rather than all the way into the Ds. Now, Garita Geminiani for Italy, 7.413 in the free test, 10th place in just the free test so far. Her round one score, 7.094, currently 16th place. Now coming in for Belgium, Sara Borgmans with Hermes and Dirk Borgmans on the lunge. Sara in 44th place after the compulsory test, 6.421. So not impossible to make that final, but it is a big challenge. Such a highly competitive class of junior females we've had here. 56 entered for the first time, most number we have ever seen. And the quality has been right on up there as well. Standing well in the croup. That's a difficult kick there. Solid though, very much in harmony with the horse. Just grabbing that back pad though on the backwards needle. Nice landing from the cartwheel to finish, and very pleased with that free test here at the FEI World Championships for juniors. Sara, 18 years old, representing Belgium. Nine more competitors to see this morning. The score for Signe Wern from Sweden, 6.789. And that takes her into the 29th place in the competition so far after round one, 28th in the free test alone.
On Boccaccio, Stephanie Wilma is the launcher.
Next to come, another vaulter who might mix things up within that top block. Representing Austria, Katarina Feldhofer, 18 years old, coming with Boccaccio D and Stephanie Hermann Kowald. Now, she was in the 20th place after the first set of compulsories. 6.988. So we need to score at least a 7 in the free test in order to be in with a chance of being in that second round. However, I think she can go much, much more. A real test of mental strength, this competition. The athletes doing a lot of visualization and positive self-talk, so important ahead of their rounds here. Very nice, gentle swan dive. A little bit rough coming up out of that ground jump. Quite making that handstand. Nice finish, making it onto her feet. Good round for Katarina Feldhofer. Started very, very smooth and clean. And became a little bit more unsettled towards the end of the test. A few more performance deductions slipping in there, however. She has almost guaranteed herself a place in that final on Saturday. Stephanie Herman-Kowald on the lunge and having to work hard herself as Boccaccio was coming in somewhat on the circle in the middle of the test. It'll be interesting to see what the judges made of that. Now, next we have 3 competitors coming in together. And also we have the score for Sara Borgmans. 7.208 in the freestyle. And that is 6.815 total score round 1, currently the 24th position. Now, 3 athletes together, representing Norway, the USA and Canada. All 3 competing with Nenke de Wolf and the horse Wallace. Ella Bryn-Smogeli, Hannah Wildermuth and Linda van Nurdenberg.
Ella Bryn from Norway, Hannah from the United States and Linda for Canada.
Ella in the 51st place after the compulsory test. Just a little bit full of energy here. Good cartwheel. It was such a high jump, just not quite soft enough in her knees and central enough on her landing there, coming off to the outside. Fortunately staying on her feet. So, albeit a heavy penalty, it is not quite so hard as it could have been. And just not making the timing in that outside ground jump either. And it looks like she has decided to finish her test there. Ella Brins-Mogeli, her first championships. And a disappointing result for her. Only 16 years old, however, so I'm sure we'll see her back at a future championship. Struggling a little on the energy with coming through from the horse. And so we will move to our second competitor, Anna Wildemuth, representing the USA. Into the one-legged stand, debatable if it was held long enough. Working well again on musical interpretation with the full body involved. Cartwheel turn into that bridge. Very gentle over onto the neck. Super finish, Hannah Wildemuth for the USA. A great freestyle, started just a little bit hesitant, and then she really worked very hard to get in rhythm with the horse there. And as we saw as she went through, she just became more and more confident. Some excellent combinations of moves towards the end of the freestyle. We should be looking at a good score there for Hannah. Hannah had been in the 39th place after compulsories. Linda representing Canada, currently sitting in 36th. Making the jump, but also staying nice and soft on the horse. Interesting roll over to the neck, nicely executed. Just coming out early of that cartwheel. And the bell just coming as she dismounted there. Linda van Noordenburg representing Canada. Her first championships as well. A good presentation Again, a little bit struggling with the movement of the horse underneath her. All three girls borrowing this horse and lunger combination for the event. And so making a good job with slightly less training than they might have had at home. Now the score for Katarina Feldhofer from Austria, 7.874.
Coming up next, our participant from France, Marta on Vegas du Mans.
And the next competitor representing France, Melis Marmin with Vegas Duhans and Marina Dupont-Justin. Melis in the 7th place after the compulsory test. And her teammate Oceane currently top of the table in the free test. So we're looking forward to seeing what this freestyle has in store. Clean start. Not quite making it into the elbow stand the first time, but absolutely fine once she went back up into it. And again, unable just to hold that lever support position. The judges unable to count it as an exercise. Great height in the jump. Really challenging needle that, executing it well. Finishing with a good back handspring off. Melis Marmin representing France. Solid performance, well executed moves, just a couple of things not as ideal as she would have liked. That support position, she was not scored from the judges. And of course the pop into the elbow stand, having to go up a second time, but really there's limited being taken off there. Not the same flow as her French companion. However, still looking for a high score there for France. And the score for Ella Brain Smogeli, representing Norway, 4.122. Hannah Wildermuth of the USA's 7.639. And Katarina Feldhofer from Austria at 7.874. And Linda van Nuremberg, 6.422 in the free test today. That's the 42nd place after round 1. Two competitors now representing Hungary and Brazil. Brigitta Ghaffouri and Manuela Bastos Delgado, with Belasco and Cornelia Radatz. And a very nice outfit there from Brigitta, which I enjoy. Ties in with Cornelia in the center of the circle and the bridle on the horse as well. That's good attention to detail. It doesn't count specifically, but does in the overall impression. After round 1, Brigitta Ghaffouri, 23rd place, 6.901. And currently, to make it into the final, it has to be a total round 1 score of higher than 7.0. Making it up fully over the handle from her mount or holding that handstand, struggling a little bit at the beginning of this freestyle test. Heavy coming down on the horse there. Once again, that harmony with the horse, the most important element the judge is looking for. We really do see the horse's movement coming through the vaulter here. Just replanning what she was doing midway through the free test, struggling with that movement. And finishing up with her dismount there. Brigitta Ghaffouri representing Hungary, having to change her plan a little bit just due to the challenges of the movement of the horse underneath her. The horse is finding it a little bit more excitable in the competition circle today. We've seen that from quite a few of our female junior individual horses. Now, Manuela Bastos Delgado representing Brazil. After the first round. So far, managing to get into connection with the horse. Again, a little bit short on that support. Missing a hand there on the dismount, but she gave herself enough energy to get all the way over and land on her feet. That'll score high from the performance side of things. Very smooth free test from Manuela Bastos Delgado, representing Brazil with Belasco and Cornelia Radatz. And so now the freestyle score from Melis Marmin from France. 7.488 in the free test. And that is a 7.476 overall after round one in the 8th place so far.
And now for Austria.
Now just 2 competitors yet to go. One for Austria and one for the Netherlands. Antonia Meyerhofer will come in now with Shivas 14 and Maria Lehrmann. Antonia competing at her first individual championship. Eighth place after the compulsory test. And that score still to beat. 8.633 in order to top the free test table. That is Oceane Gehan of France.
Écoutez-moi, moi la chanteuse est venue. Parlez-nous de vos amours, de vos amis. Parlez de cette fille au démon et de son rêve. Moi ce que je veux, c'est écrire les histoires qui arrivent jusqu'à vous.
Very nice walkover and then into the bridge. And making sure she got off by the bell. A lovely, smooth freestyle there, Antonia Meyerhofer from Austria. Plenty of difficult elements. Beautifully walked over into then that bridge. A good cartwheel. A few little moments of hesitation. However, much to be gained from that in terms of score. It won't top Oceane Gehan, but hopefully it will be close to the top of that leaderboard.
So with the Danish registration plate DT David Thomas.
And now we only have one competitor to go.
Attend to the dog. There is an intermission soon, so there's a good chance then to go there and check on the dog.
So the score for Brigitta Belasco from Hungary, 5.336. The 49th place. And then Manuela Bastos Delgado, very nice free test score for her. 7.439. And that takes her into the 12th place after round 1. Now our final competitor in this massive junior female competition. Puk van Ierland, representing the Netherlands, with Kaiser Chief and Anne Proust. '48th place after round 1. Very tense looking kiss and cry with our support team there too. Just falling out of that backwards lower arm stand, really challenging one. Difficult exercise. Some nice choreography. Strong in the handstand. Good landing from that handstand dismount. Puk van Ierland representing the Netherlands with some super choreography and facial expressions. Many solid exercises. A few little wobbles falling coming out of the lower arm stand. But a well presented test overall. And that concludes our free test for the junior females here at the FEI World Championship. So that concludes round 1 for these girls. And we wait for the final scores to come in so that we know which 20 are going to make it into round 2, the final round. So final is 1 free test, and it will be on Saturday. Antonia Meyerhofer from Austria, 7.796. 9th place in the free test, but she takes a 6th place overall in round 1. And we have just 1 score remaining. However, it is unlikely that any of these top 20 will change. So, leading the class, going into the final, Oceane Gehan from France. Nobody could touch her free test. 8.633, and she is now on a total score 8.074. 2nd place stays with Josephine Vettle Sonnegaard Nielsen from Denmark, 7.999, and then Georgia Vrisko is in 3rd, 7.856. Now, 4th place, Mia Kluge for Germany. Clara Ludwigsek is in 5th for Austria. There's the score for Puk van Ierland, 6.959, 32nd in the free test, and unfortunately not enough to take her through into the 2nd round. Antonia Meyerhofer, she is in 6th. Laura Seemuller in 7th. Mira Louise Kröne in 8th, Melis Marmon in 9th, Katarina Feldhofer also making it through for Austria. Naomi Lisi and Leonie Linsbichler are 11th and 12th. Manuela Bastos Delgado for Brazil in 13th. Then we have Kailyn Ghaffouri, Maria Soleil Matini, Olivia Neilands, Wilma Baden-Askbo, Millie Jessett, Hannah Wildermuth, and Roxana Now Muick. They are your finalists, which we will see again on Saturday. And that concludes our morning of vaulting. We will now take a break until 1:30, when we will return for the male junior individual free tests.